Morning. Morning.
At this time, I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education to order. I will ask our board members to identify themselves for the record as I call your name. Todd Ferrante.
Here.
John Andes.
Here.
Bill Buchanan.
Here.
Bill Gordy.
Here.
Nate Passwaters. Here. Donald Smack.
Here. We
have a quorum. Can I now have a motion to approve today's board meeting agenda and a second?
Donald Smack, approved.
Second, Bill Gordy.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It is approved. Okay. At this time, we're going to move into closed session. To enter into closed session under General Provisions, Article Section 3305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. To approve closed session minutes from the previous month. Section 3305B1 is to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom it has jurisdiction, or any other personnel matter that affects one or more specific individuals. Section 305B9, to conduct collective bargaining negotiations or consider matters that relate to negotiations. Section 305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice and to perform administrative functions. First, can I have a motion to enter into closed session?
So moved. Bill Buchanan.
Second.
Second, Todd Ferrante.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We now move into closed session. Sometimes it goes on and sometimes it doesn't. I apologize. This open session is being streamed live with both audio and video, and conversations in the audience may be audible on live stream, so please be mindful, if you can, to limit any unnecessary conversing. Today, we need to make a motion to amend the agenda, since we had already approved the agenda and we've had a couple of items here. So, can I have a motion to amend today's agenda to include 3.8 board correspondences and 9.3 motion to enter closed session?
Donna Smack.
Second, Bill Gordy.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Records show that the vote was unanimous. We have now amended the agenda. Okay. A closed session was held today pursuant to General Provisions Article 3305B of Annotated Code of Maryland to discuss personnel matters, approve previous closed session minutes, discuss matters related to negotiations, to consult with legal counsel, and to perform administrative functions. Now, thank you. We have with us today Pastor Peggy Briggs from St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Berlin, who will lead us in the invocation for today. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let us pray. Creator God, we thank you and praise you, God, for this privilege and opportunity to come together today as a body, as a board, asking God for wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, God, in the midst of decisions, God, and discussions. Asking God for every student, for every parent, every person that is a part of this county and a part of this board, asking that you would touch them one by one and name by name as we move and we travel through these undecisive times of life right now, God. Give them insight. And we thank you once again and ask that your precious spirit will move in us and through us today as we discuss your business, Lord. Amen.
Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor. Very much appreciated. Can I now have a motion to approve the open session board minutes from January 18th and February 1st, 2022?
Motion to approve, Todd Ferrante.
Thank you.
Second, Bill Buchanan.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, moving on. Now I'd like to welcome our student representatives who are joining us today to provide their monthly updates from our high schools. And this month, I believe we are starting with Meredith from Pocomoke High School.
Meredith, if you could, pull that down, make sure it works so they can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. McComas. I will begin with a short report from our wonderful area schools. Pocomoke Elementary is excited to have new data points from the middle of the year diagnostic to adjust schedules and instruction to best meet the needs of kids. They are also thrilled to receive a $3,000 grant from the American Heart Association to provide a water filling station for the students. They also had 2 well-deserving students receive challenge coins this month. They are looking forward to their African American read-in on February 3rd to celebrate Black History Month. Semester 2 is off to a busy start for Pocomoke Middle students. Last week, Surfrider students went whale watching and were fortunate enough to see 4 breech whales. The students said that at least 2 of the whales were putting on a show. Pocomoke Middle students are grateful for the enrichment opportunities that Worcester County Public Schools supports for students. Pocomoke High School has been celebrating Black History Month by recognizing Black Americans and their accomplishments each school day. On February 22nd, Pocomoke High School's first Black principal will be coming in to speak with students, as well as read for the African American read-in. We will also be celebrating Black author Brittany Morris by having a reading of her award-winning book, Slay. This will take place in our Media Center on February 28th. Each student that signs up to participate will receive a copy of the book. Our goal is to read the book in its entirety by the end of the school day. Mu Alpha Theta inductions are on the evening of February 28th in our auditorium. We are so proud of our students who work hard to excel mathematically, pushing themselves to take higher-level math courses. This past Tuesday, on Tutoring Tuesday, students received a one-on-one academic help as well as our teachers. In the evening at the Pocomoke McDonald's, we are excited about our upcoming Financial Literacy Friday for students and families next month. This is a part of our community outreach initiatives. Our theater production, Annie, was a great success. Families, community partners, area schools, and the PHS students enjoyed their first live theater production in 2 years. Finally, congratulations to junior Jacob Payne on his first place drawing at the Worcester County Arts Council Gallery and Show. He also received the People's Choice Awards. Our student population is full of amazing talents. On the behalf of Pocomoke High School, we thank our board education members and for their continued support and staff this month. We wish a well-deserved Board of Education Appreciation Month. And now on to Lauren Hall from Snow Hill.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Meredith. I would first like to congratulate Mr. Keith Donaway on receiving the Advanced Placement Computer Science Diversity Award. This award was given to Mr. Donaway and SHHS for expanding access to take AP Computer Science to female students. SHHS would also like to congratulate Bryce Purnell for signing to play football at Salisbury University in the fall. Bryce just broke the 10-year Bayside record for throwing shot put as well. Thirdly, I would like to congratulate Maya Boyd and Elizabeth Thornton for qualifying for All Shore Band. This is Maya's 4th year qualifying and Lizzie's 1st. February 7th through the 11th was National School Counselors Week. To celebrate, SHHS Counseling Department was showered with gifts, kind words, thoughts, and deeds as a show of appreciation for their continuous hard work and dedication. Thanks to the Snow Hill Rotary Club, 4 students will be attending the Rotary Youth Leadership Award. Amaya Brunson, Janaz Crawley, Joey Klein, and Ian Portell will be attending the leadership workshop on February 18th through the 20th. 70% of the student body made honor roll or distinguished honor roll during quarter 2. Those students will be recognized with an honor roll reception on February 17th. On yesterday, February 14th, we launched a new club, the National Society of Black Engineers. This group targets underrepresented populations of students to go into the field of engineering. Representatives from Purdue and the University of Maryland Eastern Shore are advisors for the program. On February 18th, we are excited to induct 4 more members into the Athletic Hall of Fame. Phyllis Coleman, Fred Vanderveen, Earl Redden, and Randy Waters will be inducted. The Athletic Hall of Fame banquet will be held at the Snow Hill Fire Hall on February 19th at 6 p.m. On February 22nd, our counselors and administrators will visit 8th graders at Snow Hill Middle School to share an overview of Snow Hill High School's procedures, expectations, graduation requirements, and the scheduling process. During that evening, we will invite parents to join us for an 8th grade parent night to share the same information. The following 2 days, February 23rd and February 24th, we will return to Snow Hill Middle School to meet with small groups of students to begin and assist with course selection. Also on February 24th, we will induct 13 members into the Mu Alpha Theta Math Honor Society. Our after-school program, Academy 100, is still offering the driver's education classes for the winter session, and we are actively recruiting for the spring semester, which begins in late March. New this session of After School Academy, some of our Future Educators of America Club students are going to work with the Haven House, mentoring and supporting 2nd and 3rd graders. It has been a great experience for all. Academy 100 is also beginning a new chemistry lab course based on student interest in further chemistry lab exploration than what students normally get during the school day. After School Academy also continues to offer individualized tutoring to students in need of academic support in most all content areas. This year's Black History Month theme is Black History is American History. The counseling department has celebrated each week with a theme related to the Black experience, while also hosting a daily trivia with the use of an interactive bulletin board for all students to take part in. Additionally, the trivia questions are shared daily to our social media community. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to Rachel Peretz from Stephen Decatur High School.
Thank you, Lauren.
Thank you, Lauren, and good afternoon, Board. I'm going to begin with Stephen Decatur High School's report. So February may be a short month, but we are definitely not short on activities and events at Stephen Decatur High School. It's African American History Month, and our National English Honor Society has been busy posting motivational quotes from many inspirational African American leaders. NEHS is also sponsoring an after-school scavenger hunt to celebrate African American History Month. February is also about love, and Seahawk Nation wants to remind everyone that love makes the world go around. As part of our health and wellness initiatives, we have several activities going on for both the mind and the body. First, our Leo Club worked to spread kindness by delivering compliment tags to students throughout the building on Valentine's Day. And our Key Club is partnering with Diakonia and running a sock drive to help those in need during the cold months. The After School Academy is hosting a special sound meditation event to care for the soul. The Students Against Destructive Decisions, or SAD group, is creating awareness for health by sponsoring an American Heart Association fundraising campaign. The SDHS Relay for Life group is gearing up for the big spring event. And our Health and Wellness Coordinator is running a Love Your Lunch campaign where students who have a healthy lunch are entered into weekly drawings for local gift cards. Elsewhere in the school, our academic team is preparing for the Eastern Shore Academic Invitational Tournament at Warwick Community College, and many of our students are eagerly anticipating Thursday night's Media Expo ceremony. On the instructional side of life at SDHS, we just concluded a major testing season administering 873 assessments in MCAP English 10, MCAP Algebra 1, MCAP Algebra 2, MCAP Geometry, Government HSA, Accuplacer, and MISA, and we are well underway in the second semester. In sports news, our wrestling team captured its third consecutive state championship this past weekend, defeating Middletown High School 30-27. Our women's basketball team hopes to go deep into the playoffs, finishing the regular season undefeated, and our other teams are poised for good postseason runs too. Finally, we'd like to invite everyone to enjoy an amazing put-together family meal on March 16th when we host the Barbecue Bash and Dash Carry-Out fundraiser event in our back parking lot. Thank you as always to our central office leaders and to our Board of Education for your continued support. In closing, we want to wish everyone a fabulous remainder for the wonderful month of February. And now on to Worcester Technical High School. Firstly, our Skills USA students have been busy performing in their local contest. Top 3 finishers in each category will go to the State Skills USA Championship in Baltimore on April 1st. Our FFA student teams will also be competing in state competition on April 1st in Carroll County. Teachers countywide will be happy to know that Chef Cropper and his culinary students are once again making takeout dinners several nights a week. It was a big hit last year. Last week, we held our 3rd virtual conference night of the year. The virtual conferences have been very successful and have allowed for great communication with parents. Instead of our annual STEM night in January, we held a virtual night and have all our information up on the website for students interested in the STEM programs. Next week, we will make active our trades and human resources information online for parents and for students to view. And lastly, we were able to celebrate Mrs. Jenny Howard last week during National Counselors Week. We are fortunate to have her working with our students. And now I turn it back over to Ms. McComas. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank all 3 of you for being here and for being so active, and it's wonderful to hear what's happening in the schools. It is. Thank you so much. We're going to move on now to our amended agenda. Due to recent developments and changing criteria, I'd like to open discussion with the board to generate or to look at correspondence from our board to the State Board of Education concerning local control in mask optional situation. So I'm going to open discussion.
Madam President, I think it's time for us to petition the state board for local control back. I'm making a motion that we alter a letter to the state board.
Do I have a second?
I'd like to second that. Bill Buchanan.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of correspondence to the State Board of Education asking for local control, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Let the record show the vote is unanimous. Thank you. Was there any?
Madam President, may I
Yes.
also comment on that? I was handed a letter yesterday from our county commissioners, of which I think all of you were received one as well. So as a superintendent, I think this is appropriate to support our county commissioners in making sure that that letter follows them, and for us to take a look at it in a local level about the mask situation. So I certainly support your motion and thank the county commissioners for their correspondence as well.
Thank you, County Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Bertino, for being here today. Very much appreciated. It's been a long haul here for 2 years, off and on, and Worcester County has kept our schools open more than anyone else in the state of Maryland, despite all of the mandates, et cetera. And it's time to get back to normal. It really is. So thank you all. Any other discussion on correspondence?
Yes, in view of this letter going to the State Board of Education and Governor Hogan's request that the State Board of Education go back to rescind the mask mandate, there are certain requirements that are still in place, mostly dictated by the health department, and we would request that the superintendent author a letter to the state health department to revisit the protocol that relates to quarantine affected by COVID-19. The quarantine standards now were set back when the COVID pandemic was really surging. We're below that level now, and we would like to request that the state health department revisit those quarantine mandates.
Okay.
Make that a motion, Mr. Boyd?
Is that a motion?
That is a motion. That was a nice one.
Well, I agree with you, and I think it's time that they revisit those, so I would second that motion, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, sir.
So we have a motion and a second to generate correspondence to the State Health Department, asking them to revisit their protocols concerning COVID and mask mandates. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Let the record show, the vote is unanimous.
So, Madam President, may I just say that I will be getting into your hands a letter to the Maryland State Department of Education and a letter to the State Health Department based on the two motions today, and so I will put that together and get that to you.
Thank you. Okay. All righty. We now are going to move on to audience recognition. Again, welcome, Mr. Bertino. Appreciate you being here. So, do we have anyone here from the WCTA?
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon,
Beth.
WCESPA. Worcester County Retired School Personnel. Good afternoon.
Good to see you, Helen. Thanks for being here.
Any representatives from various schools? Thank you all. We're now going to have a presentation by the bus contractors. Dr. Rapp?
Yes, thank you, Comus. The Worcester County School Bus Contractors Budget Committee
Mike, whoever's speaking, if they can speak in that mic so we can pick it up on the camera, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Taylor, President McComas, Vice President Ferrante, Mr. Buchanan, Mr. Smack, Mr. Andes, Mr. Gordy, and Mr. Passwaters for allowing us to address the Worcester County Board of Education today. Before we jump into our message, the Worcester County Board of Bus Contractors would like to acknowledge and express our gratitude to each and every one of you, as well as to Kim Heiser, for making sound business decisions at the onset of the pandemic and statewide shutdown, choosing to pay school bus contractors throughout the duration of the pandemic. This was a wise and well-thought-out proposition on the part of the Worcester County Board of Transportation and the Worcester County Board of Education. Your forethought in continuing to pay school bus contractors paid off when school resumed. Worcester County did not miss a beat. We were only one of 3 counties in Maryland to boast no interruptions to student transportation. Additionally, we would also like to express our appreciation for the relationship we have with Kim Heiser and the Board of Transportation. The support, guidance, and open-door atmosphere that Kim has created is remarkable. Kim and her staff work tirelessly to create an environment of trust and mutual respect. We are all lucky, Kim, to have you as a business partner. My name is Lori Thompson. I am the acting secretary for the Worcester County School Bus Contractors Association, and I am addressing you on behalf of more than 40-plus school bus contractors in Worcester County. Today, the school bus contractors of Worcester County are appealing to the Worcester County Board of Education to review and reconsider the budget proposed to you for student transportation, specifically school bus contractor compensation for the 2022-2023 school year. On February 1st, 2022, we sent to you, the Worcester County Board of Education, our proposed budget in its entirety. We have provided each of you a hard copy of your proposal for reference. The budget proposal we are presenting requires a significant investment on the part of the school board. We understand the implications and challenges it creates for you, our leaders. We also know that we can't continue to provide the exceptional level of safety and service we have delivered for many years without a substantial investment on the part of our school board, our county commissioners, and our community. We have attended 3 sessions to discuss our proposal with Dr. Apt, Mr. Tolbert, and Ms. Heiser over the last 2 months. We have received an email detailing the proposed budget for transportation that Mr. Tolbert has submitted to you today. His proposal is as follows. School bus contractor hourly wage, $25. School bus contractor mileage reimbursement, $1.62. School bus contractor per vehicle allotment, $20,920. We are asking that the board consider the following increases over and above what Mr. Tolbert has presented. We are asking for a school bus hourly wage of $26.29, halfway to the proposed $30 per hour. School bus contractor mileage reimbursement of $1.80 per mile. We simply cannot operate our buses safely without it. School bus contractor administrative fee of $5,000. And the school bus contract per vehicle allotment, we agree as stated at $20,920. President McComas, Superintendent Taylor, and remaining board members, we are not asking you for what we want. We are begging you for what we need to stay safely on the road. Unfortunately for all of us, the pandemic has forever altered so many aspects of our lives. Our country's logistical infrastructure is one of those areas that has taken an enormous hit. We school bus contractors are impacted beyond measure because of it. Labor has increased by 36%. Parts have skyrocketed as the price of steel continues to rise. And the supply chain that delivers those parts to distributors is in turmoil. Today, we have school bus contractors, in essence, working for free because their bus is out of service. The parts they need are unavailable for the unforeseeable future. They are paying a bus payment and having to pay to rent a bus to ensure that they are delivering on their commitment to you. We have school bus contractors who have taken out large, unsecured, high-interest loans and credit cards to purchase and pay for parts and repairs because our current compensation doesn't allow us to save for a rainy day. We have talked a lot about the what. Now let's talk about the value of why. Why is it important that we can continue to operate without disruption? Our community needs us. Someone somewhere once said, you know, school bus contractors are the first and last touch points a parent and student has to our Worcester County school system. And yes, that is true. But there is more to it than that. We wear many hats. In some cases, we are the first people to exchange kind words with a child today. We are the people that deliver them, full of anticipation to the big game, and the people that bring them home safely to celebrate their win. We are the people who drive them to field trips to learn more about our world. We are the people who work late into the evening so they may attend after-school academy and not be home alone. We are the people who are a captive audience for those students who just need to talk and know someone is listening. We are disciplinarians, counselors, first aid responders, and we protect them as if they were our own. We are teachers, we are caregivers, we are advocates, and we're sometimes detectives. We are delivering scholars and presidents, athletes and entertainers, doctors, lawyers, welders, and chefs. And we are committed to providing the safest possible transportation to thousands of our community school children each and every day of the year. We are not asking you for what we want. We are begging you for what we need. Worcester County School Board of Education, we respectfully request you reconsider the budget for school bus contractor compensation today and adopt the amended proposal we reviewed with you here. Additionally, we ask that we may have continued dialogue with the appropriate parties to negotiate a compensation package that allows us a living wage. In closing, we would like to thank you for your time and consideration. We hope you see the value in what we contribute to the Worcester County Board of Education, and we are grateful for the opportunity to address you today.
Thank you so much. It is appreciated, and what you do is appreciated. Never doubt that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Are there
you,
any
guys.
questions?
I have a quick question. So what is your currently hourly rate now?
$22.58 an hour,
Okay. And what did Mr. Colbert,
$25 per hour.
$225?
Yes.
Thank you.
Neighboring counties, Wycomico County is now receiving, at the present time, the first day of January, they awarded their contractors $1.50 an hour on top of what they were making to get them through until next year, which puts them above the driving wage that we're getting now. These items are not items of greed, not items to capitalize on taxpayers' money, not items to capitalize on the system. They're items we need to maintain a viable, profitable business. And maintenance alone has gone out of sight. The price of a bus alone, you can't, if you would order one, they won't promise you delivery at least for a year and a half. If you do order it, they will not commit to a price because the input costs, basically steel and the labor to build it, go up on a daily basis. When we go to the bank and have to borrow money to run a business, we got to have facts and figures. I was before my banker 3 or 4 days ago. I run more than one business. And I asked him, I said, if I came in here and told you I need $150,000 to buy another school bus, but I have no idea what my route's going to pay or what the return is, what would you have to say? And he said, Harry, I'm shocked to hear that. I didn't know it worked that way. I said, that is what has changed in this business within the last 6 months. And it's not going to go backwards. It's only going to get worse. Maintenance alone. We were getting along pretty good, but fell out over maintenance. It's a real fine figure. If you study that, if you have any questions, you can call me. Maintenance to work on. You can't work on your own equipment. I'm blessed. I got a shop. Got a man works for me, a mechanic, and sometimes I either fix it up or mess it up farther. So we're blessed. We can save some costs that way. But it's such a specialized piece of equipment, you have to carry it back to the dealership. They started out in the spring. We have to get them to inspection anyhow. They started out at $125 an hour. This was in September. At the present time, they're $195 an hour, and he told me the other day they're going to $210 an hour. This is what we're faced with, basically, with maintenance. And then to get help to haul these kids. I'm blessed. You all know it. I haul athletics. They beg every day. He begged yesterday because nobody wants to do it. Because, well, number one, you need to own a spare bus to make it viable. And number two, there's nobody to drive. You can have 15. I got 7 tractors. I can't drive but one of them. 2 school buses. I can only operate one of them. And you beg these people. I go out and look for help. I'm in other businesses. I need help. I hire help. Nobody works. And you say, hey, come on, drive a school bus. Number one, what do you pay? What can I give you? And I tell them. Number two, they don't answer you. I can go to Lang Francisco. I can go anywhere. Myself, I could go there and drive a box truck. They give me not only cleaner clothes than what I own, and what I have to put up, include my new shoes. They would provide me with health care and retirement, just to sit in the seat of a truck and deliver. And when people ask me, what do you do? I said, any way I can make a living is legal. And we go from there.
I just have one question.
Mr. App right here, I'm going to tell you one thing. The other day, it's not funny. But I can make it humorous. I hauled a trip. One of Decatur's team.
You brought up Wycomico County and the fact that they were giving their.
Yeah.
Do you know? I'm looking at a complete package because I know it's not just the hourly rate.
Right.
It's the PVA.
It's
the administrative fee. How do we compare to the neighboring counties when it comes to all of that package included? Because I think.
Tonight for all 23 counties.
I will tell you that this printout is from the 2021-2022 school year, the original printout, so it doesn't include any changes that have happened during the course of this past year, and we all know of the unfortunate transportation issues our entire state has had. I will tell you this, Baltimore City Schools in the month of September paid parents, 770 parents, $192,000 for 1 month to transport their children to school because there are not enough bus drivers or people who want to drive a bus because the reality is it's not lucrative. On this paper that I did give you, Vice President Ferrante, it would take a hot second to go through and actually calculate everything out because every county is different. However, I will tell you that I have spoken to one contractor in Howard County that owns multiple buses. He told me that he bids on the contract and then he pays his employees, his W-2 employees, a flat rate of $21 an hour plus benefits. We have no benefits, no retirement unless we can save for it. No 401k, no health benefits unless we actually purchase them at 100% from the county. And a family rate is not quite $21,000. We don't even have enough to pay for the repairs on our buses and still have money in the bank. while we love transporting our community's children, we absolutely do, because let me tell you something, you wouldn't be a bus driver if you didn't love it. You just wouldn't stick with it. We love what we do. We just want to make a living as well. And we should not be embarrassed or ashamed to be sitting in front of you asking for that. Instead of asking why we're here today, I hope you go away asking what took us so long to get here.
Thank you. Thank you all
Yeah, we
so
won't
very
tie up
much.
any more of your time. If you have any questions, you know how to get over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Call me, I'll gladly answer.
It's a pleasure. Just tell the family I was asking about them.
Thank you, Donovan.
Thank you all. We've come to the individual delegations comments section. Individuals may address the Worcester County Board of Education for 1 or 2 minutes. 2 minutes is going to be our max. We've got a lot of speakers this month, so we're going to try and hold to that. Regarding information, commendations, or concerns which may need future board attention, concerns that are specific to an individual will not be discussed in open session and should be directed to the appropriate district personnel for investigation. Presentations to the board requiring more time need to be scheduled through the superintendent's office by Thursday preceding the board meeting in order that the item can be included on the agenda. When you are called to address the board, please state your name, your address, and the schools your children attend before beginning your comments. Some of you have gotten up here and said, oh, I said that last month, but please keep in mind my memory is not as good as it used to be. So I would really appreciate if you would do that for us. Okay, here we go. So our first speaker is Amber Green.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Amber Green. I'm the Executive Director of Phoenix Youth Project. We are an organization based in Salisbury, but we service lower shore counties of Wacomico, Worcester, and Somerset. We are the only organization that operates a youth drop-in center that services homeless youth within the 3 counties. In addition to that, we are an organization, in our first year of operating that drop-in center, we serviced about 84 homeless youth. I really would like to address Worcester County School Board because for another consecutive year, Worcester County has not participated in the Youth Reach Count. That is a state survey to count homeless youth in our area. And once again, for the year 2022, for our youth count, Worcester County is the only school county area in our state not participating in this youth count. This count is so important for our area because it is how we collect data. Lower Shore is grossly underfunded, and we do not collect a lot of data when we're trying to talk about homeless youth. Just to give you an idea of the data that is being missed, in 2018, 78% of the surveyed homeless youth were non-white, 53% are African Americans, and 20% are identified as LGBT, while 3% are identified as transgender. The last time this count was done in 2018, it only counted 109 homeless youth within 3 counties. That is grossly not correct, especially because, like I said, in our first year of operating our drop-in center, we serviced 84 homeless youth. And that was in 2018. And I'm here to say that the data is not and will never be correct if Worcester County does not participate. Out of all the public school systems, even though we have the full support of the state superintendent of Maryland to conduct this count, Worcester County is the only county not to participate in the Youth Reach Count. And if I sound repetitive because I wanted you guys to stick, the only county in the state to not participate. And COVID has exposed not only issues of inequality in healthcare, education, but it's also left a lot of unaccompanied youth and young adults without shelter beds. There is actually no shelter that will take a minor without parent permission or parent present on the Lower Shore. That's why Phoenix Youth Project, with the help of Somerset Health Department, our COC, we're hoping to open up our area's first youth shelter so where we can have minors be sheltered. I really wanted to address Worcester County because last month my name was brought up in the minutes to talk about one of the great things that we do with our organization, which is poetry and things like that. And so I wanted to let everyone know what we do as an organization is we service homeless youth, and we really need your support to help do those services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So appreciative that you're here. Elizabeth Griffith. Hi.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Griffith. I'm a resident of Wycomico County.
Go ahead. Go
Okay.
ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
I am here today as a member of the Board of Directors of Phoenix Youth Project, a nonprofit organization that services the Lower Shore. It has come to our attention that certain persons have come before the various boards of education of the Lower Shore and maligned the good name and character of our executive director, Amber Green. Ms. Green is a woman who cares deeply about the youth in our community and inspires others to care about this often dismissed and forgotten demographic. You will do yourself and your youth a great disservice to close your ears to her voice. Phoenix Youth Project is not an Amber Green organization, but an organization comprised of board members who care for youth. Our area is grossly underfunded with resources for our homeless youth. Worcester County has never participated in the youth count, which leaves a huge amount of necessary data uncollected, directly affecting the aforementioned funding. Phoenix Youth Project is the lead organization of the Lower Shore COC to conduct the youth count. Please let us do our work. In closing, Ms. Abbott drew your attention to the great Dr. King last month. Perhaps she hadn't heard this quote from him. The ultimate tragedy is not oppression and cruelty by the bad people, but the silence over that by the good people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Our next speaker, Nathan Dyson. Sorry.
Hello, my name is Nathan Deesum.
Thank you.
I have children who go to Shell Elementary School. I am here at the request of several other parents and citizens who look to me for leadership with concern over curriculum that most of what I have been able to derive about has been hearsay, which isn't to say that it isn't discussed in news or other publications, but most of what I'm able to find there winds up being sort of ad hominem between people of differing opinions. But it amounts to either proposed or possibly already instantiated curriculum in the name of comprehensive sexual education, and I think also some English courses and the reading that exists therein. I'm thinking of one book in particular, which is called Not All Boys Are Blue. The concern that I've had from these parents is a general misunderstanding or a lack of awareness about what this involves, if it is there at all. And the things that I would certainly be requesting, actually before I make that request, I want to state, independent of my personal convictions, it's my desire, as I know that it is of everyone else's here, that any individual at our schools, any student, certainly those in the LGBTQIA+ community, would be able to come to school with absolute certainty that they're going to be physically safe and free from any kind of verbal abuse. I think that perhaps some of this curriculum that I am vaguely referring to, if indeed it exists at all, is meant to interact with some of these issues. The concern is that some of that material includes language that is base and coarse and imprecise. Some may consider vulgar. I won't be repeating any of the quotations that I had heard before coming here. These would be the things that I and parents such as myself would be asking. That any material in terms of sexual education, perhaps some of these English courses dealing with sexuality and gender issues, that full syllabuses would be made available to parents, possibly even lesson plans, full lists of required or even recommended reading, and I think this also already exists, that the opt-out options would be sufficiently clear right up at the front, because there are a number of parents and a plurality or a meaningful cross-section within our community that are gravely concerned over this as it pertains to information that might be considered graphic or, by some definitions, perhaps even reaching pornographic within our curriculum. So thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank you.
so much. Very much appreciated. Katie Addis.
Yeah, this must be.
I know we're having trouble getting it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need that thing. Go ahead, take it out.
Hold up your fingers or something.
Yeah, we got something else not working.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Katie Addis, Bishopville, Maryland. No current kids in the school system. So at the last Board of Education meeting, it was wonderful to see that you guys made an effort to be more transparent with these meetings via the live stream on Worcester Public Schools YouTube page. So thank you for providing an outlet for members of our community to view what is taking place during these meetings. It's truly helpful. At the last meeting, there seemed to be a lot of praise from the superintendent of schools verbally patting everyone on the back in regards to the state of our schools and their high academic value of our schools and still on our future leaders. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing in numbers is something different. According to the Director of Institutional Research at Warwick Community College, alarming statistics were provided last month that leaves me concerned about the quality of core subjects being taught in Worcester County schools. Of 71 graduates of Worcester County high schools entering Warwick Community College, 18% require remedial training in reading, 24% require remedial training in writing, and a staggering 51% required remedial training in mathematics. This means that they could not begin taking college-level classes in English or mathematics. In grading terms, Worcester scored a B- in teaching reading, a C in training students in writing, and an F in preparation of mathematics. Of 71 Worcester County high school students entering Warwick Community College, 55% required remedial training before starting college-level courses in general. This is also considered an F. Of all first-time college students from all schools, 46% required some remedial training before taking college-level courses. To me, this does not deserve fist bumps and praise. This deserves a secondary glance at what our teachers are spending their time on during core subject hours. The purpose of education was to train students to become skilled workers while teaching them the traditional core academic disciplines. There may be many reasons for these staggering low scores: the COVID pandemic displacing students to online learning, masking in current school conditions, mental health at an all-time low, or a combination of all three additional issues. But whatever the case may be, these numbers are simply unacceptable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Darren Lombardo?
Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for the time today to listen to everyone in the community. I just wanted to say real quick that we stand in the community for our bus drivers who work tirelessly to safely transport our vehicles. We stand behind them and their vehicles with the children. As far as what I wanted to come here today, something was mentioned, or I should say recently. I just have some good news to announce. Yesterday, the Coalition of Maryland Parents filed a lawsuit against the state of Maryland to lift the mask mandate. They're alleging that the state did not have the authority to extend the 180-day rule. So right now, as of today, our Attorney General Frosch was presented with a summons. And so it's going to take a few days, but I wanted to let you know what's going on, that the parents have got together to determine that the emotional well-being of the students, the masking, all of that has taken a huge toll on them. You know the emotional effects it's had on them, learning, being able to see someone's face, that's all been very stressful for people, so we're ready to take action here. Another thing that was mentioned just minutes ago by the board on the agenda was that you need the health departments to certify you to lift this. And I wanted to say that as a board, you don't need to notify the MSDE. You as a board have the authority to say, we're not doing this anymore, and put them on notice and take a stand. That's what the citizens want. And so Carroll County has done it, and we need strong leaders to do it here. This is the will of the people. This is what we want. And so we just look to you to do that. It's the right thing. You know it's the right thing. And I also just wanted to point out in the change for 9.3 on the agenda to go into closed session, under the Maryland Open Meetings Act, you're required to announce why you're going into closed session. So I'd please ask you to do that for the record. Thank you.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jamie Rice.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I guess I'll piggyback off of Darren. I'm here today to ask you to end the mask lunacy. At this point in time, everyone is well aware of the negative impact masks are having on our youth. And the reason for this is because we are experiencing the aftermath right now. Most people are perplexed as to how you can justify keeping our children masked 7 hours a day when the rest of the population is walking around freely with the option to mask or not, being of their own free will. I'm here to ask you to find the courage to do the right thing by our children and stop serving this negative agenda. Many would like to know what you did with the millions of dollars in ESSER funds, specifically in regards to the HVA systems in all of our schools. It was scientifically proven that the highest and best mitigation strategy was to improve the operation of the HVAC systems to reduce the risk of the virus transmission and exposure to environmental health hazards in order to support the health and safety of all students and staff. I filed a FOIA request on November 30th asking for all bids, purchase orders, invoices, and monies paid for inspections, testing, maintenance, repairs, replacement, upgrade projects to improve the air quality of all of our Worcester County public facilities, including mechanical, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems, filtering, purification, and other air cleaning, fans, control systems, and window or door replacements for the past 2 years. I received a response back stating that I was responsible for reimbursing Worcester County Public Schools for labor and research beyond 2 hours to compile these documents in the amount of $4,250. It is my understanding that little to none of this work has been done in the form of upgrades, with the HVAC systems being the highest and best mitigation strategy to ensure the safety of our children and staff members. For the sake of transparency, the board should provide a public comment or something in writing to inform the taxpayers and parents what has been done. The board should prove that it has been looking out for our children, teachers, and staff when it comes to their health and safety. After all, we have been in a pandemic, and you did receive millions of dollars of COVID relief funding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rice. Thank you.
Karen Abbott.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to first read some excerpts out of the Maryland School Law Desk Book, and then I'll explain why. First of all, what are the duties and responsibilities of the Board of Education? The second one listed is maintain throughout its county a reasonably uniform system of public schools that is designed to provide quality education and equal education opportunity for all children. Number 3, subject to this article and the applicable bylaws, rules, and regulations of the state board, determine with the advice of the county superintendent the educational policies of the county school system. Among the major responsibilities of a county board of education is to establish curriculum guides and courses of study for the schools in their county, including appropriate programs for students with disabilities. Sorry. And then I'd like to remind you of your oath of office. Yes, before taking on the duties of board member, the following oath you swear to the Maryland Constitution, Article 1, Section 9. I do swear and affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland and support the Constitution and laws thereof, and that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment, diligently and faithfully, without partiality or prejudice, execute the office of the Board of Education member according to the Constitution and laws of this state. And then there's, again, I know we've said this before, reasons for removal of a board member. And in Section B, number 2, B and C are immorality and incompetency, and D, willful neglect of duty. The roles of the superintendent, and this is just an excerpt, evaluating the program of instruction in the county school system, recommend curriculum and courses of study, selecting textbooks, materials of instruction.
Karen, our
And
time is up.
I understand that. I just
Okay.
have one more thing to say, if you let me. I just want to speak to the people here today. And I say all of this before the next presentation, because these people here are the gatekeepers for our kids. And they have neglected that duty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I believe that, oh, sorry, one more.
Yeah.
Christina
Holzland.
Holzlander, thank you. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Oops.
Hi. Got it?
Hello and good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Christina, push the mic down, and there you go.
There you
There
go.
it'll stay. It should stay a little bit better.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you, board members. For those of you I have not met before, I'm Christina Holzlander. I am from St. Luke's Road in Worcester County. I am privileged to have 2 high school age kids that go to Snow Hill schools. And my husband and I moved back to Worcester County 11 years ago. And previous to that, we were in South Carolina, where we used homeschooling as well as paying for private school. We were delighted to return to Worcester County and enter into the public school system. And as a parent, my goal is to raise kids who are happy and healthy and productive and positive contributors to society. I lean on the educational system as my allies to achieve that goal. And I thank you for the journey that has preceded the last 11 years that my kids have been here. Education is not just facts and figures. It is social, emotional well-being on top of intellectual understandings. And I know this past spell with the COVID pandemic, educators have been through the ringer, and I commend all of you for all the ways you've had to pivot constantly, daily, with changing variables. And I've seen the stress on educators throughout the system. I thank you for doing what you can to support the people in our system, the kids, the staff, the personnel. They've always been the most important aspect of our school system. I thank you for televising or at least broadcasting your meetings. I had the chance to listen to recent meetings. And I will mention that Mr. Langford shared about this book, All American Boys. And his comments inspired me to pick it up from the library and find out about his remarks about the profanity. And indeed, there are F-bombs in here. I am a parent of teenagers who regularly roll their eyes at me. However, they roll their eyes at me because I use expletives like sugar bear. And if they were to pick up a book and somebody says sugar bear in there, they're not going to read it. This is a profound book. I encourage everyone to read it. As a matter of fact, the Maryland Library System had this as the Maryland One Read book in 2015 or 16. it is an important part of dialogue about real issues that are going on in our children's lives. 35% of our students in Worcester County are non-white. Their experiences matter. Every single child in this system matters. This book is a really good one for dialogue about the complexity of going through the human experience. I encourage all of you to read it. From here, I go to the library to pick up the other book I requested, All Boys Don't Wear Blue, because I think it's important for us as we make criticisms to pay attention and read and be critical thinkers, because that is our goal with educating kids, to make them critical thinkers. Let's model that ourselves.
Thank you so much. Okay. I believe that is
Anyone else?
the last. Okay.
Did you sign up, ma'am? Yeah. Oh, I saw you raise your hand.
Okay. Thank you all so much for speaking. It is appreciated, and we take it to heart. Now, I think the next thing on here is the Board of Education, or the presentation by Mr. Matt Langford.
Parents for Transparency presents a special presentation of Exposing the Truth. Exposing the Truth is based on John 3, 19 through 21. So, what we do is shine our light and expose what is in the darkness, so others can see what is true. You know, I've always heard that you can't judge a book by its cover. I don't know about that. Here we go. All Boys Aren't Blue by George M. Johnson. Warning, material of an adult nature. This literature is not intended for minors. Viewer discretion is advised. I am respectfully requesting that all the minors leave the room for the next 10 minutes. And you can clearly see, All Boys Aren't Blue by George M. Johnson is in every one of your Worcester County's high school libraries. Here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Losing my virginity twice. I never daydreamed about sex with another boy. When I did think about sex, I was a girl having sex with a boy. He reached his hand down and pulled out my dick. He quickly went to giving me head. I just sat back and enjoyed it, as I could tell he was too. He then came up and asked me if I wanted to try on him. I said, sure. I began and he said, watch your teeth. So I slowed down and took my time, and luckily got into a good rhythm. My best to act dominant, like my favorite porn star. I was an actor, and this was my movie. His body felt great in my mouth. For the first few minutes, we dry humped and grinded. I was behind him, with my stomach on his back as we kissed. I had one point of reference, though, and that was my 7+ years of watching pornography. I put some lube on and got him up on his knees, and I began to slide into him from behind. I tried not to force it because I imagined that it would be painful, so I eased in, slowly until I heard him moan. As we moved, I could tell he was excited. We went at it for about 15 minutes before I started to get that feeling. Weakness in the legs, numbness in the waist. I finally came and let out a big moan, to the point where he asked me to quiet down for the neighbors. I pulled out of him and kissed him while he masturbated. Then he also came.
This is homosexual pornography in the form of stories. Sick.
We took each other's clothes off, fast but deliberate. After, he told me to lie down on the bed. He asked me to turn over while he slipped a condom on himself. My heart immediately started to race. Nervously, I asked him what he was doing, and he said, you, but then told him I had never been the bottom. He looked at me and said, well, that's about to change tonight, but this was my ass. And I was struggling to imagine someone inside me. and he was large. But he had been enjoying anal sex before I ever came home. I listened and got on my stomach. He got on top and slowly inserted himself into me. I can't say that I didn't enjoy it, because I did. In those few minutes, though, I can say that he was gentle. His aim wasn't to hurt me, and my aim was for him to be pleasured too. He didn't last long inside of me, thankfully. He gave me a kiss before he pulled out. I didn't stay too long, nor did I masturbate after. This book will touch on sexual assault, including molestation, loss of virginity, homophobia, racism, and anti-blackness. Within this audiobook, the word nigger or nigga appears, sometimes in full and sometimes abbreviated. If you don't identify as black, African American, or queer, don't use these slurs in full. In the eyes of society, I was still a nigger. I was never called a nigger because that person isn't outright calling you a nigger or a faggot or both. A country nigger from the South did it with that face that said, you niggas ought to be ashamed.
Is this a CRT book? Well, let's let the author answer this question.
And frankly, I'm not even sure if it fits with the themes of blackness or queerness or critical race theory in this book, nor do I really care, because black babies are born into oppression despite any additional marginalizations. It's important that I say this because the white community has long prevented black progress in every arena. The statements that explain why we needed Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, and every other black activist over 100 years later, because freeing the slaves didn't really free us. What about the dangers of interacting with non-black people because they will assume the worst of you as a black boy? A God-fearing, church-going woman who thought white people were the devil, and she used to say it proudly.
This is just a handful of statements by the author that refer to the oppressed, the oppressors, and victimhood. Believe me, there are many, many more statements just like these that are in this book. Critical race theory is alive and well within the confines of the Worcester County School Libraries.
I was about 13 years old when it happened. You were a cool cousin, older by about 4 or 5 years. We all went to bed in me and G's room. We had a bunk bed at the time, and G slept on the top bunk while you and I slept on the bottom. You then asked me, do you feel that? Yeah, but I laughed and said, get your hand off my butt. You giggled, that's not my hand. You're lying, I said. You then placed both hands on my hips as we lay side by side. There was still something poking me. You were fully erect at this point. I was nervous. We're gonna get in trouble. You then grabbed my hand and made me touch it. It was the first time I had ever touched a penis that wasn't my own. By now, we were both touching each other. I tried my best not to enjoy it because you were my cousin. You then told me to get up and be very quiet, that we were going to go downstairs for a few minutes. I finally got up from the bed and you soon followed. We were quietly headed down the steps to my basement. We sat there for about 10 minutes before you finally stood up. You then had me stand up with you. There you stood in front of me fully erect and said, taste it. At first, I laughed and refused. But then you said, come on, Matt, taste it. This is what boys like us do when we like each other. I finally listened to you. I only did that for about 45 seconds before you had me stop. Then you got down on your knees and told me to close my eyes. That's when you began oral sex on me as well. It was the strangest feeling in the world. Unfortunately, I didn't have a handbook to learn sexuality as a queer boy. My crash course was happening right in front of me, and despite the guilt I was feeling, there was also a euphoria. After a minute or so, you stopped. You then laid me on the ground and you got on top of me. You began humping me, back and forth, back and forth. You eventually got up off me and told me to come to the bathroom, that you wanted to show me one more thing. You turned on the light and closed the door. You began stroking yourself in front of me. I just stood there nervous because I didn't know what to expect next. You said, just keep watching, Matt. So I stood there and I watched you for several minutes. Then you began to moan slightly. I took a step back because I didn't know what was about to happen, and then it did. You ejaculated into the toilet in front of me. I knew I didn't like girls that way, and the first thing folks would ask you if you inquired about sex was whether you were fucking or not, and I wasn't. If you ejaculate was shocking. I remember you telling me, it's semen. One day when nobody is around, you should do this until you get this feeling you never
Sir,
felt
we're
before.
moving on to 8 minutes here.
I looked at you and said, I can't do that. I'm not old enough
5 to
yet.
7 was
All
our,
boys aren't blue. You just
we
got
appreciate.
exposed.
I was originally not told that. I made it at 12 minutes, and then she said cut it down to under 10, I did.
I know you were told that last week because we had discussed it.
No, I wasn't.
Dr. Wallace?
One of my staff called you and spoke to you on the phone, I believe.
She told me 5 to 8, but you can do 10, and that's the max. It's not been 10 yet.
Okay.
All right.
But the educational materials that are used in the classroom curriculum is very difficult. This needs to change. All teachers in kindergarten through 12 in every subject should be required to make public the books and the supplemental materials that will be used in their classroom. This should be on the Board of Ed website for all to see. Now that would be transparency.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And I believe we are up to the superintendent's report.
We sure are.
Yep.
Thank you, Mrs. McComas, and thank you for allowing me a few minutes to give my superintendent's report today. First, I want to also extend my congratulations, as was mentioned earlier, to the Stephen Decatur High School wrestling team for winning their third straight championship. And I know it's quite a feat because they defeated Middletown by a score of 30-27, which was won on the last match. So I think Rachel had to leave, but I wanted to extend that to Stephen Decatur High School and the state championship. As we know, February continues to be a busy month for our students and staff here in Worcester County Public Schools. Of course, as you know, February has been spoken today is Black History Month, and across our county, our schools have been designing lessons and experimental learning opportunities for our students to highlight the amazing contributions African Americans have made both in our local community and much farther beyond. Most notably, for example, Snow Hill Elementary School's annual African American read-in featured a very special guest reader, Dr. Eric Thomas, or as he's better known in social media as E.T. Dr. Thomas is a world-renowned motivational speaker, author, and a pastor. I personally want to thank Dr. Thomas and Principal Matthew Record at Snow Hill Elementary School for bringing this wonderful learning opportunity to our students. This month also reminds me that this meeting marks 3 years since we cut the ribbon on the beautiful Worcester High School, which are sitting in display, cut the ribbon on the high school display that anchored the incredible transformation of our front lobby that you entered in today. For those unaware, this building, as I said, once housed Worcester High School, which was the only high school for African Americans in our county until its closure in 1970. I hope everyone here today and those watching on our live stream will take a moment to learn more about Worcester High School and its place in our collective history in this county and in this state. Finally, I just want to thank the board and our team for ensuring that this year's budget process continues to move in a positive direction. Earlier this month, the board held a work session in which our Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Vince Tolbert, and I went through the finer points of the proposed budget and answered questions. And while our audience was minimal for that day, I shared some remarks that I would like to reiterate here. In building a budget, our school board and administration is committed to ensuring that every dollar spent is spent in the service of providing the best education possible for our 6,700 plus students who are in our care. We will continue to ask ourselves the core question, is this good for kids? As we discuss and finalize our budget. As I said then, As long as every decision we make is centered around our students, we will be making confident strides towards success. And so with that, I thank you, Mrs. McComas, again for letting me share some remarks today, and I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. All right, we're up to curriculum and instruction. And Dr. Annette Wallace.
Good afternoon. I'm going to have our presenters, I'm going to have Mr. Bob Boyce introduce his presenters. We have some staff from Pocomoke Middle School, so I will turn it over to Mr. Boyce. He is one of the assistant principals at Pocomoke Middle School.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having us today. As Dr. Wallace said, I'm one of the assistant principals at Pocomoke Middle School, and today I have a group of teachers that will be talking to you about how we use formative assessment to drive instruction, and they are Emily Rogowski, Jennifer Smith, and Jess Custis.
Good afternoon, and thanks for hearing us today. When we think about our formative assessment protocols and routines at Pocomoke Middle School, we've traditionally aligned our materials along that RTI pyramid, increasing the frequency and the intensity of the interventions we provide and the resources we use as students' needs become more diverse and individualized. But as we entered the 2021-2022 school year, we saw an expansion of those students that were showing evidence of needs at the Tier 2 level, making it important for us as grade level teams to ensure that we were using collaborative structures and formative tools with fidelity to ensure that students have access to rigorous instruction at the Tier 1 level and that their needs are being met at the Tier 2 and Tier 3 level. So today we want to briefly describe and illustrate the relationship between the collaborative talk that grade level teams have and the formative assessment structures they use to inform classroom-based instructional decisions at Pocomoke Middle School.
And we're going to start with Tier 1. So our source for our data for Tier 1 is instructional data trackers and exit tickets. The setting in which we discuss those is during our weekly PLC meetings and our common planning time. And the participants involved are the general education teachers, special education teacher, Title I math interventionist, and the math coach. The collaborative questions that we go through during that process are, what is the good news? What evidence of grade level understanding and mastery is present? And how prepared are my students for the rigor and demands of the next lesson, topic, or unit? So we have an example here of something that we did in my 4th grade math classroom. So when we start going through this collaborative process, we meet together as a group, so as a team with our Title I math interventionists, our special ed, our classroom teachers, and work through this process. So in this case, we wanted to gather baseline data on students' fractional understanding and reasoning. So to do this, we did a sometimes, always, never activity. So first we showed the statement that was up there, and then we had students just have some think time. Then students were asked to move in the room to a sign that either said sometimes, always, or never. Once there, they met with their classmates to discuss why they chose that response. During that time, there's a data tracker up on the screen that we went around and informally collected data, just very briefly on who went where, and then we listened to some other discussions to kind of gather who had already had mastery of that concept. After that, we gave them a chance to change their mind and move. And then we realized that after looking at our initial data, that when presented with a statement regarding comparing fractions, a lot of the students could not have support as to why they chose what they did. So we decided, kind of an in-the-moment decision, to add a visual model to our slide to see if our students could use that to come up with better ideas or opinions and then move again from there. So that was our Tier 1.
And Emily, I think that's a great example of the in-the-moment decisions that teachers are making to improve their instruction and ensure that all students have access to that rigorous grade level instruction. But we know, and we know based on that tracker, but we had some students that were showing evidence of needing more structured, more individualized small group instruction and prerequisites to be able to access those amazing lessons that Emily was teaching. So we move on to our Tier 2 work, where we have a different set of formative structures that we use to assess student understanding. At the Tier 2 level, we use a common formative check-in administered by all grade level teachers. That collaborative team still comes together with interventionists and coaches and special ed teachers to look at that data, but the lens of what we're asking and trying to figure out changes a little bit. In addition to asking the good news and what's concerning, we become really targeted and specific about what is the most high leverage skill that small group of students need to understand, so we could target that small group instruction for that. And we also ask ourselves, what's the most immediate opportunity? What's that piece of understanding that those students have that we could target as an entryway to that important instruction? Our fourth grade, here's an example of a common formative our fourth grade teachers have administered in division, a high leverage concept for grade 4. In addition to item B and C, which align to the rigor of the Common Core state standards, since teachers are assessing for mastery and understanding of that, they wisely included item A, which aligns to a prerequisite standard, to see where a student's entry point was and how much of an access point did they have to that grade level instruction. This is an example of a teacher's tracking system that she used to evaluate her student data. In addition to the checks and the X's that she used to evaluate and show accuracy, she took anecdotal notes on the students' structures and strategies and how they attended to the problem. As a collaborative team, we celebrated that class and the fact that they all showed access to that prerequisite standard. But if you look at that middle column, we understand as a team that this class could use some small group instruction in the relationship between multiplication and division. We were able to note on the side, at the bottom, that small group would benefit for some use with manipulatives and base 10 blocks to show that relationship more clearly and to transfer it into the area model and the grade level examples that we showed in the previous slide.
So for our Tier 3 source, we use intervention screeners and trackers. We also have a biweekly data check-in. And the participants, it's the same general group. We have our general ed teachers, our special education teachers, me, the Title I math interventionist, our math coach. And again, we're looking at what's the good news, what's concerning, high-level concepts that are most pivotal and accessible to students, and most immediate opportunities. So our Tier 3 example, one of our students was showing a great need in the area of multiplication. And we knew that because in 5th grade, fractions are such a huge high-level standard that this student would need some extra support in that area. So when we worked together and collaborated, we decided that that path would help the student access the 5th grade material. And so the next step was I created a plan for success for the student. It mentioned his grade level goals, his strengths, his needs, and there's an example of the tracker where I've outlined learning activities, and I use that every day. I keep track of how the student's doing and responding to the lessons. And so this is just one way that this student is, his needs are being addressed through the collaboration that's ongoing, as well as being designed because of those formatives.
And I think what's really great is the fidelity to reporting data immensely for that targeted student that needs Tier 3 instruction allows her not only to have him make progress on that multiplicative goal, which is so critical to him right now, but that information back channels to his small group Tier 2 instruction, so this teacher can give him access to small group fraction instruction, and even to the Tier 1 instruction to the point that the teacher is able to modify within grade level, so the student is informing, so the work that this is doing is informing and allowing him to participate and access his Tier 1 instruction. We're so excited by the progress that not only that student, but all of our students have made by adhering to the fidelity of these programs. And in our mid-year diagnostic, we saw a 20% decrease in the number of students who were measuring 2 or more years below grade level. So moving students to a place where they're able to access their needs at the Tier 2 level instead of the Tier 3 level. And we saw a 16% increase in the number of students who are at or above grade level as measured by that mid-year diagnostic. So we're so excited to celebrate those successes, still adhere to our processes with fidelity, and keep moving students forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Does anyone have any questions or comments? I did want to make one comment while everyone is thinking. I have to be honest with you, that's probably the best tiered instruction presentation that I've ever seen. And you did an excellent job of really describing each tier and how you move students from tier to tier. And it really showed your knowledge of the standards as well. So I'm very impressed. And thank you for your time today. And I'll turn it over to the board if they have any questions. I think Dr. Andes may have something.
I just have a comment. I want to thank you for your presentation. Excellent, well done. I'm going to steal it and use it in my graduate education class that I teach on Monday evenings in the area of curriculum alignment and assessment. So I will give you full credit for it, but I'm going to steal the presentation and I'm going to embed it into my grad class on the 28th of February. So kudos to all of you. And I think it's critically important, as you pointed out, you take time to know the kids. And that's critically important. And as teachers, you care very deeply about the kids. And you take time to know the kids, to understand what exactly interventions will work. So I commend you and thank you for everything you do. I will give you credit on the 28th of February when I steal your presentation. So could you please email that to me at jmandes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
And then I will turn it over to Mr. Seitz, and they have a technology presentation this afternoon, so I'll turn it over to him to introduce his staff.
Thank you, Dr. Wallace, and Board of Ed and Executive Leadership Team, thank you for having us today. We appreciate it. Before I turn it over to my two dynamic teachers that I brought with me today, I also want to say thank you. Thank you to the forward leadership thinking of our leadership team to think about the Apple products and how we're using them today. It was probably a couple years ago that we made the transition, and I also want to thank the Board of Ed for always supporting it. And today you're going to see a little bit of what we're doing at Stephen Decatur High School with these applications. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hill and Ms. Marie Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Seitz. So we just wanted to give you a little glimpse of all the amazing things that we're doing at Stephen Decatur High School. So we have two to show you. The first one is how in our ELL program we're using Keynote to prepare our students for their state ELL assessment. And so we're going to let them speak for themselves.
It's always their lowest score because it's so unnatural for them to speak into the microphone with the headphones on. So by creating the practice and examples, it gives students an opportunity to interact like they would on the test with the iPad, with the pictures, with the headphones, in the same format, the teacher speaking first and then a student example. So my hope was that by seeing practice items like the test, the familiarity of it would make the students more comfortable and more confident in speaking into the microphone. So I felt like I saw when they were taking the test that I did have those tools, that more students were speaking and saying lengthier answers and speaking more clearly rather than maintaining. But I feel like there was some success in using the practice, and I feel like the format was excellent.
So the practice looked similar to the test. So like it was more business at the time of the thing.
So we just wanted to share with you what the problem was that our teacher had and how she wanted to improve how she was able to help her students with their assessment. So she created a keynote. So the way that the test looks is there's always some kind of scenario. And so she used one about a national park. And then this is an example of what the students would see in their practice. So they could tap on the little speaker and hear the instructor and read the directions as the instructor spoke. And then they could see an example of what a student would produce. And then at the bottom, they would enter in their own recording. And there's another example of that. So this is just a little walkthrough of what the students how they would use the iPad to practice.
Can tap on the speaker button to listen to the prompt.
People travel for many reasons, but a vacation is.
And then they'll come down here after they listen to all of the prompts and insert their own recording of the audio by clicking on the plus sign and then going to record audio.
So you can see how easy it was for the students to be able to interact with the technology because their assessment is delivered digitally. And so this really closely models the way the students would have to interact with the assessment. All right, and then Mrs. Stevenson is going to talk about clips.
Good afternoon, everyone. What we did here was with Karen Ciancito. She's an art teacher. And we did go around to a lot of our teachers and ask them how they were using the Apple applications in their classroom. And this was extremely innovative. What she wanted to do was give real-world practice to students who would be interested in a career in animation. So she incorporated both clips and keynote to do this, and it was inspired by a man named Edward Muybridge, who was an late 1800s landscape photographer, and he became interested in how to use his photographs to portray motion. So he started taking pictures in a sequence and hand-painted those sequence in a circular sequence on a glass disc and dropped it into a zoopraxiscope, which I didn't know what that was, but it was, they put the disc inside, they spin it, it uses light to portray it. The very first one was called A Horse in Motion. He was an inspiration and also a predecessor to Walt Disney. So she wanted to capture that. So she decided she was going to have her students, and she'll explain it to you, she was going to have her students recreate this using drawings on Keynote and also dropping them in clips to make that happen. Her students also, it's a freshman class, so she has two students, Luke LaFleur and Brooke Berquist, that are going to explain to you their thinking process when they were creating their own projects. Oh, sorry, here's me. There we go, let's try it again. Technology guru, right?
That incorporates using the iPad, and I do it so that they get the opportunity to use the iPad, and then get the opportunity to do something that is like an art career would do. And so they use a little bit of animation, some drawing skills, some composition skills, following directions, and then they get some freedom of choice, which is nice to be able to give. So the students make a still frame, and so it's just one picture that doesn't move, and they draw it on their iPad, and we go over techniques on drawing with the iPad and things like that, and then they decide what they're going to make move on their subject. So then they draw each step of the movement, and then we put it all together in clips. So it's almost like this where we're spinning it, but instead of spinning it, they're putting each slide that they make into the clips app. And then when they play it, it looks like a moving animation picture. So the idea is that they're creating movement. They're doing something that with animation, which is an art career, and they're using their drawing skills all in one assignment.
So the assignment was to make kind of a movie by only drawing different slides, and the theme was like winter or Christmas kind of. So I chose snowboarding because I enjoy snowboarding. So as you can see, so we were supposed to have 3 objects or So my main one was the snowboarder, which she's coming into the frame, and you can see like the little shades on my snow, which is another movement. You just change every single frame, and then I have a cardinal flying across, and he will eventually sit on this tree. So, and then I kind of did this out of order. I messed up, so it goes from this slide. The cardinals kind of moving more into the frame. So, and my snowboarder, which is supposed to be a picture of me, is starting to get a full picture into the frame.
For Art 1, I created a stop-motion picture on clips. To do this, I drew individual pictures using Sketch's School, and then I strung them together in clips.
So that was really just one example. We went around to every department across all the disciplines, and everyone is incorporating the technology into their lessons in every single discipline. So we want to thank all of you because the iPads have been amazing for us. I mean, I drank the Kool-Aid early on. You know, I really enjoy it, and I think the kids feel the same way. And it's just giving us, you know, the tools to have problem solvers, critical thinking, innovators, and that's, you know, that's what we need. So. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As a former art teacher, retired now, it's exciting to see the different ways and media that you can use it to express yourself, you know, and I think if I remember way back when computers first started coming in, that was something that the art teachers were interested in and really wanted to have in their classrooms. And so I'm glad that you're including it, and the project is great. And thank your student for me.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Julia and Maria, you know, it's great. I looked at, obviously, the instructional pieces and what you were doing, but on behalf of our executive team, we spent a lot of time preparing for this technology change. It was never in the history of our school system did we ever experience the change in technology like we did. And we did it out of the budget season, the whole 9 yards. And so today is just another example, besides the instruction that Mr. Buchanan just talked about, is affirmation for me as superintendent that we made the right decision. We think sometimes, I think sometimes we make a good decision, but hearing it from teachers like yourself and Steve Decatur High School, Mr. Seitz, and really throughout the county, I'm sure Dr. Purvis and Ms. Tigner got up here, they would be sharing some very similar type things. But it's great to know that we made a quality investment, and this board supported that quality investment when we made the recommendation to them. So thank you for the work that you're doing, not only individually what we saw today, but collectively in your school to utilize this technology and move our students forward. And I want to say thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. That was a great presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Purvis, who will introduce her speaker this afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
And thank you so much for allowing us to present and share the great things that are happening at Snow Hill High School. I will tell you, thank you to Mr. Seitz and his presentation, because we are going to continue and we're going to build on that. And we are, too, extremely grateful for the technology that we have received. It has been used to the maximum extent. But what we wanted to share today is we have done a lot of collaboration with our teachers. And we know that as our teachers grow, the achievement of our students will improve. So we are committed to twice a month, not in your disciplines, but cross-disciplinary collaboration with our teachers so that they are learning from each other. They commit that time twice a month. They practice those things, and then they come back and share those and learn and grow together. So we're going to show you today how our teachers have collaborated over the past couple of years and the exciting things that they have been able to do in their classroom and the level of professional development that we have been able to do with the iPad, with the MacBooks, and the technology that we have at Snow Hole High School. So I'm going to turn it over to Brittany Tigner, who is our librarian and also our professional development coach. So, Ms. Tigner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thanks for having me. I am very excited to talk about SHHS and our commitment to collaboration. And really, it's become more than just collaboration. It's become a culture in our school. We believe that when teachers come together regardless of their content area, they improve their teaching practices and are able to offer stronger support to students. There we go. So each month, like Dr. Purvis said, we meet 2 times a month, and we have collaborative planning. It is cross-curricular, so it's not just a departmental thing. It is all of the teachers that happen to be on period 1 planning. And because these groups are not content-based, it allows us to really look at teaching strategies and technology integration and ways that it can apply to all content areas and teaching. We've explored things like growth mindset, Schoology, personalized learning, and the list goes on. But every year we have some common themes, so it's not just random every year. First of all, we are very data-driven in what we decide, what topics we choose, what content we cover. This year, we are using the 2020 and 2021 Learning Technologies surveys from Apple to assess our ability to integrate Apple products in a meaningful way. We also want to make sure that whatever professional development we do is based in practice and teachers have a next day application. During the 2019-2020 school year, before the pandemic, we spent the entire year developing courses in Schoology and finding ways to use that every single day. Some teachers were planning for the following semester, and other teachers were learning things and then immediately implementing them. Finally, we really want to promote teacher ownership, and we do this by giving lots of choice within our parameters. In the 2020-2021 school year, we wanted teachers to be able to present to each other. And so we had them develop videos based on a tool or a strategy that they could use. And then they presented, or I presented the videos to everyone else because it's hard to get coverage. At the end of the year, we decided we wanted to do more of this. So we had about 7 teachers make videos, and we did a choice board. And so teachers were able to choose from the videos on the choice board. Ryan Severson developed a video about how to use clips. Matt Halig developed a video about how to use the green screen in iMovie. Pam Lauer gave us an intro to pages and numbers. And opportunities like this helped really build leadership capacity within our teachers and allowed us to celebrate teacher success. So this year, our survey results showed that our teacher needs were varied, and we needed some differentiated learning opportunities. So we decided to use some individualized learning pathways. Teachers could choose a pathway and then work towards it with the support of their colleagues. Some teachers chose to use the Apple Teacher Program to get to know their MacBooks a little bit better. Others were far beyond that, and they wanted to do Apple Teacher Portfolio or ISTE certification. And this focus on collaboration has had an impact far beyond the walls of that collaborative planning group. It has really transformed the way that our teachers work throughout the building. So as a librarian, I do a lot of collaborations, and what I've noticed is that teachers are so much more willing to collaborate with me. In fact, this week I am working with the nutrition science teacher to do Fun Food Friday, where we are researching foods, they are creating commercials, in clips, and present, and actually they're going to be on the morning announcements with those. In Com Arts, I've done copyright and storytelling. In the science, in all the sciences, we've created an entire periodic table that students are adding tiles to in the hallway, so come check it out. We also have some talent teams where we have brain and brawn competitions, and this is just within the teachers. So we've played cornhole, and then we've also done Kahoot. We've talked about 5D, and so we're really incorporating lots of different pieces there. Dr. Courtney Harnett and Gina DeShield are leading a book study on culturally responsive teaching in the brain, and it gives us an opportunity to reflect on our teaching practices. We also make sure that we take advantage of county opportunities. So Dr. Cook is in our building at least twice a month, and then our teachers are willing and able to jump into things like the Digital Detectives Cohort, the WOCO Tech Summit, and Apple Vanguard. And then, of course, beyond our community or our walls of our school, we are active with the other Snow Hill area schools. Our summer academy has been a huge focus on outdoor education and getting kids into the community. And it is all because we decided that we were going to break down the silos of content and have a commitment to collaboration at Snow Hill High School. Thank you.
Thank you. Brittany, too, I don't want to sound redundant, but to you and Dr. Purvis, thank you for what you're doing with our technology. Again, it's the same thing that I said for Decatur High School, the time that your staffs and folks are putting in to help our kids advance is just phenomenal. It blows me away when I walk in your schools and to see the things that certainly there's so much more advanced than I am with technology, because I'm from the old generation, and learning how to text messages is a challenge for me. But just the work you do every day and making sure that technology is in the hands of our kids and managing that so that it's not there every minute of their learning process is also critical. And I thank you all at Snow Hill High School for keeping up with that and making sure that our kids get the skills they need, because when they leave our high schools, the technology piece is going to be critical to their advancement, whether it's in the workforce, even in the military. Talking to a friend of mine who has a child in the military, and how much technology plays there and the work they do, and obviously in colleges, it's just that's all it's centered around. So thank you for the work you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to thank our leadership team and all of you teachers, Dr. Purvis, your staff, all of you who do these presentations. I was around when we started that one-on-one conversion a bunch of years ago, and the idea was great. The planning was not so great. We didn't teach our teachers how to use the technology. We didn't teach our students how to use. They had the machine. They just didn't have the opportunity to learn how to use it. So thank you so much, all of you, for this, Dr. Wallace and all of you for this effort. It certainly is. It makes the product do what it's supposed to do, and we thank you so much for that. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Madam President, that was our recent presentation by Mr. Langford. I see that we have our coordinator of library services here, Ms. Jen Sills, and I have a few questions for Mrs. Sills if she would come forward.
Go for it.
So I'll pull this down so you can hear me. So my question, Ms. Sills, the way that library books are chosen for schools, could you tell the audience here today how they're chosen and how they're picked?
Sure, absolutely. Is this working?
Yes.
Very good, Jeff.
Now I know why everybody else was doing it. So our librarians are trained, certified professionals, and during their coursework and then also in our conversations within our county with training, they are given parameters for selecting books. We have a library policy manual. That manual relies on the policies and recommendations of professional organizations like the American Association of School Libraries, as well as our own county policy and procedure. So we use those to guide our own process, and it's a thoughtful process. Our librarians have to consider
their school community. They look at available data, such as circulation data, statistical data about the age of their collection, the types of books they have, and then they take into consideration things like teacher recommendations or student recommendations and interests. Once they have books in mind that they want to purchase or put on those shelves, they are going to look for awards lists, a recommendation list from our professional organizations, talk to other librarians. They are also going to look for positive book reviews and age recommendations. And then they take all that information into consideration, put their list together, and then move it forward to principal, to myself, to review. If there's anything we notice, any questions we have, we'll look at that at the time, and then we'll proceed with purchase. And that's generally, how we go about that process.
Okay, and there is a protocol and policy in place that the Board of Education has for removing books. Isn't that true?
That is correct. Yes, we have that in place.
How often do you get contacted?
Can you talk into your mic, Nate, please?
How often do you get contacted by parents about some of the books that we heard about today?
So the titles that have recently been in question and discussion, I haven't had any direct calls to me, and none of my librarians have reported that they've had any parent complaints. Over the years, I've been in the county for 20 years. I was a science teacher, of course, at first, so I wouldn't get a lot of library book calls then. I was a librarian at the high school for 3 years, and I think there was one circumstance where we had a parent concerned about a book, and that led to some conversation at the school level and then a resolution.
Right. And currently, there's no rating system in place for books as we would see in sort of a movie situation where they have ratings of R, PG-13. There is no rating system for books,
Correct. Yeah, we don't have a federal rating system for books like we do with movies. We have age recommendations from professional organizations.
Right.
Could you just kind of quickly go over the procedure if someone questioned a book from the initial complaint on forward?
Sure. So the first step in that process, if there was a school patron or parent that was concerned about a book that was in one of our libraries, the first step would be to contact the school principal and the school librarian, and they would want to arrange a conference to discuss their concerns. At the conference, the school principal would, explain to the parent or the person who had the concern or complaint what our county policy and procedure was for addressing book concerns or material concerns. During their discussions, if the individual decided they did want to pursue the matter and make it more formal, we have a review form, a review request form that the person would fill out. They would leave that with the building principal, and at that time, the principal would be responsible for moving forward and taking care of that in the way they saw fit. So that might mean a committee at school with the librarian and some teachers or students to discuss the concern, look at the review request. They would report those findings to the person that had brought the request forward. If it's resolved at that level, which it usually is, that's the end of our story. If not, then we have a process where it continues. It would come to my level as a coordinator of instruction. I would have a certain amount of time to review and give a recommendation. If my recommendation isn't satisfactory to the person with the original complaint, it then goes to the superintendent. We would have the chief academic officer at the appropriate level put together a committee. That committee would consist of teachers at all levels, librarian at the appropriate level, parents and students as appropriate. They would review and come up with recommendations for that book. That recommendation would be given to our superintendent, who would then make a decision. And if that decision still wasn't satisfactory, it would then come in front of the Board of Education.
Like the school has book fairs?
Yes.
The same process of buying books?
So the librarian, book fairs are very popular, especially in our elementary, middle schools, and those are, shopping, voluntary shopping by students. Parents can come. The past couple of years, we've had outdoor book fairs so that our parents could also enjoy the purchase of books. The librarians do receive money for the sales. They get a portion of the sales for their libraries, and even though that's free money where we're not actually buying with our funds, they still have to get those book lists approved and go through the same process. And also that's true of grants. I will say our librarians, I don't know if you noticed, I'm going to shout them out. When we were getting our grants beginning of the school year, we had more librarians receive grant money through like Ed Foundation and Hertrick Auto, like those grants that we have in the fall, than any other area. So we had several librarians receive thousands of dollars to purchase books in their schools, but all of those book lists that they develop still go through that same process.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Bill.
The board policy in regard to questioning a book, how long has that been in existence?
It predates my time as long
Okay.
as I know.
Which is what? What year?
About 20 years.
20 years?
Mhm.
Okay.
So
And in that
it's
20-year time, to your knowledge, we've only had maybe a small number of people
I
that were
can,
concerned?
well, I can speak. I started as a librarian in 2014, so it's now 2022. And I am aware of 2 concerns during that tenure, and both were resolved at the school level.
And you would be aware, a principal would make you aware of any school. It would go to your desk. You would know this.
If there was a concern, my librarians I know would make me aware if it involved a library book. I have a very excellent relationship with all of them, very open communication. And then, yes, I would assume principals, if they couldn't resolve it, would then contact me for assistance.
Thank you very much.
And most of these books in the library are not in our curriculum. They are just,
These are library books, so
Right,
they are
so they are
there on shelves for
extra
voluntary
reading.
checkout,
Okay.
yes. These are leisure reading, individual reading and
these
selection.
are not, okay.
Correct.
If you would just speak briefly, that follow-up on that. So this book that was in question today, it's purely elective. In none of our curriculum is that mandatory reading?
Not to my knowledge. Now I am library and science, so I can tell you it's not in our science curriculum. And for the library, it's not required for anybody to check out. It is on our shelves for those students who do see a need to read a book that speaks to them.
And I think if you would just speak briefly, I think you recently said that in order for a student to relate to a book, they really have to see themselves in the book. Otherwise, it seems kind of foreign to them. So,
Right.
But even books of this nature are there for an intended purpose, not to spread pornography, but to relate to certain students.
Absolutely. And for anybody who enjoys literature and reading, books are there for just sheer enjoyment and entertainment. I read the Harry Potter books as an adult because they were fun. You have books that you want to read because you want to learn something. You have books you want to read because you are curious about a different lifestyle or a different land or a different world. Books, we often in the library world say they're both mirrors and windows. So you can go and find yourself and find somebody, something that relates to your own world and feel validated, but they also allow you to see other perspectives. And we try to ensure that we have books on our shelves in all of our libraries where every child sitting in our schools can find themselves and see themselves and, learn who they are and who others are. And I do know it's important too, I think, when you're looking at books to look at an entire literary work. I will say with this particular book, I have not read it in full, but I plan to. I actually just ordered it this morning. So I will say that what I've read about this book, the reviews are very positive. It is a memoir, so this is a true account of this individual's life experience. And those passages that were referenced earlier, it's probably a book that's well over 300 pages, and you're talking about passages that come from 2 chapters of the entire book. And we have to look at them within context, as we do with any literary work.
Bill, I was going to answer your question. In the 17 years, usually when it goes to the librarian, I know there are other principals in the audience today, when it goes to the librarian for concern, the principals pretty much know what's going on when you have a parent that has a concern. In 17 years as a principal at Stephen Decatur High School, I never had one reach my level of complaint or wanting me to take something off the shelf of that school. So I concur with what Jen said, and then Dr. Purvis is sitting in the audience. If she's had more than a couple, I'd be shocked. And Dr. Wallace, who was a principal, and others who are out there, Dr. Purvis said she had one. It's rare that happens. Dr. Andes, we're going back to our past lives. I don't know if you had any of it reach your life in your previous chair or not.
Mr. Taylor, I'm so old I can't remember.
I was trying to be nice to you, Dr. Andes.
No, my 16 years as superintendent, that's too long ago. I can't remember. I'm too old to remember that stuff 16 years ago.
They were stone tablets back in those.
Yeah.
Actually, they were just books.
So thank you for that update. We appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you, Ms. Sills, so very much. Okay, personnel exhibit, Dr. App.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
All right, thank you. I bring before you this month's personnel exhibit due to the early notice of retirement program that just, the due date that just ended in early February. You're going to hear quite a few retirements on this personnel exhibit. Retirements at the end of this particular year: Karen Barrett, Secretary, Stephen Decatur High School; Daryl Burkett, Student Services, Central Office; Alice Butler, Educational Assistant, Shallow Elementary School; Penny Butler, Teacher, Pocomoke High School; Brenda Carney, Teacher, Buckingham Elementary School; Chiffon Collins, Custodian 2, Berlin Intermediate School; Mary Cosby, Teacher Media, Stephen Decatur High School; Sheila Calger, Secretary, Central Office; Lois Davis, Teacher, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Elizabeth Hilliard, Teacher, Pocomoke High School; Barbara Jones, Custodian 2, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Elric Jones, Head Custodian, Pocomoke Middle School; Pamela Lipka, Teacher, Berlin Intermediate School; Kelly Marsh, Nurse, Pocomoke Middle School; Thomas Mascara, Teacher, Pocomoke Middle School; Pamela Massey, Teacher, CRT, BIS; Ginger Moses, Teacher, Pocomoke High School; Cheryl Olson, Teacher, Stephen Decatur High School; Mary Parker, Power School Systems Administrator, Central Office; Phyllis Porter, Teacher, Pocomoke Middle School; Christy Powell, Teacher, Stephen Decatur High School; Ray Reckert, Supervisor Special Ed, Central Office; Brenda Stevens, Teacher, Pocomoke Middle School; Diane Stoltz, Coordinator of Instruction, Central Office; Ann Vesey, Secretary, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Paula Witt, Educational Assistant, Snow Hill High School. Resignations: Kristen Ballard, Special Education Teacher, Buckingham Elementary School; Destiny Candelaro, Educational Assistant, Shallow Elementary School; Dylan Gardner, Educational Assistant, Stephen Decatur Middle School; Laura Reimer, Instructional Technology Coach, Ocean City Elementary School. We have one new hire. That's Caitlin Pusey, Nurse, Buckingham Elementary School. On behalf of the Superintendent, I ask the Board for your approval to the personnel exhibit as presented.
Can we have a motion and second to approve the personnel exhibit as presented?
So move, Bill Gordy.
Second, Bill Buchanan.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Records show that the vote is unanimous. Thank you, sir. Next.
Thank you. Next, we have the safety update. For February, our safety officer, Mr. Price, has represented Worcester County Public Schools this month in a couple of meetings, including the monthly meeting of the Worcester County Opioid Intervention Team and the Worcester County Sheriff's Office School Resource Officers meeting. We continue to do our monthly safety visits at all of our school facilities, and this includes walking the buildings and grounds looking for opportunities to improve our school safety. Our security camera projects that the board approved recently for Snow Hill Middle School, Pocomoke Middle School, Berlin Intermediate School, and Stephen Decatur High School, they have been delayed due to the supply chain issues, but we are hoping to be able to start those projects with pulling wires and such within 3 or 4 weeks. I'll keep you updated on those projects as they continue. COVID-19 surveillance testing will conclude for our student athletes at the end of this month. The spring sports season will kick off with practice starting March 1st, and since spring athletic venues are all outdoors, the Bayside Conference will not require further COVID-19 surveillance testing for student athletes. That concludes your safety report.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. That was good news.
And next, I'm going to introduce Ms. Kim Heiser, our transportation manager. She will present the bus contractor replacement.
Hi there.
Today, I have a recommendation on behalf of the superintendent for replacement of a bus contractor. Mr. Jim Blades in the Pocomoke area has elected to not renew his contract at the end of the school year. A selection committee was put together, myself, the driver instructor, a school administrator, and as a result of that process, Mr. Michael Blake is being recommended to fill the contract. And on behalf of the superintendent, we ask that you approve this exhibit as presented.
Thank you. Can I have a motion and a second to approve Mr. Michael Blake? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed.
If I may, Madam President, before Ms. Heiser leaves, I just want to thank you. You do a terrific job. It's a very responsible position that you're in. And I just wanted to say thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
My prior life, I used to get those phone calls at 5 a.m., and I know how much work it takes to get the job done. And I also know that your office staff is very, very small, and yet on a daily basis, you make sure that our students are transported safely from home to back to school and from school back to home. So I want to just praise you and thank you for everything that you do to keep our kids safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you. Ms. Heiser, maybe, I don't know if I'm supposed to ask this question or not. Did you have a sufficient interest in this contractor's position? Did you have multiple persons interested in that position? No?
No.
One.
We had 5 people who were eligible, and we had 1 who ended up being interested at the end, yes.
Okay, thank you. So there were 5 in the pool?
Yeah, that 5 that were eligible,
Thank
yes.
you.
However, Mr. Blake will be a wonderful bus contractor.
Beautiful. No, I wasn't questioning that. It
Yeah.
was just the previous presentation we heard. I was just curious.
Yeah, no, there were times when we have had large number of people who are interested in having a bus contract where we may have interviewed 5, 6 people, and that has not been the case probably the last 4 times we've had vacancies.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all
Thank you.
very much.
That concludes administrative operations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rapp. Okay, Mr. Vince Tolbert.
First thing we have under fiscal operations, Joe Place, today. No, sir. Mr. Joe Place update and request number 3 for student school district project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Since our January update, we've completed the perimeter foundations and the underground electrical and mechanical work. We're currently working on the prep for the concrete slab. Stone is going to be delivered tomorrow. Masonry interior and exterior walls and a temporary perimeter access road. Over the next 30 days, we'll begin the storm pipe and structures in the new courtyard between the addition and the existing building.
Cool.
And we have some photographs.
We've got a
Got
slight
over there.
technological problem.
Yeah, okay, we got a photograph of it.
Picture 1 is electrical rough-in at the new addition's electric room. Number 2 is installation of foundation insulation board. 3 is the building addition north perimeter wall. I hope you have these pictures and follow along.
Yeah,
4
we're
is
good.
building addition corridor connecting to the existing building. 5 and 6 are construction of the temporary perimeter access road that we built around the addition for access for the contractors. And the final picture, we blocked off the 2 exterior corridors going out from the addition into the construction site so no one would walk into the construction site. And we did the work on the top picture. The students at Decatur Middle saw what we did and went to Ms. Barton and said, can we improve that? And she let them improve it. And the bottom 2 pictures are the paintings they put on those temporary partition walls.
Good job.
Great.
Joe, thank you for what you're doing with this project, but a question for you. This is our first, or the board's first attempt with Whiting Turner. Are you pleased with the progress of Whiting Turner on this project?
Very pleased. They have good rapport with the contractors, and they are really tight on the schedule. We missed the Monday after the big snowstorm, got 10 inches of snow on Sunday. They brought in some laborers and the contractors shoveled it out, and they were back in operation on Tuesday.
Okay, great, great.
Wow.
And the current schedule is?
We're a little bit ahead of schedule.
A little bit ahead.
I don't want to jinx myself. but we're a little bit
Yeah.
ahead.
All right.
Great,
And
thank
for
you.
that Monday that they missed, they came in and worked on Saturday.
That's wonderful.
Well, perfect. Thank you for sharing that.
Thanks, that's great.
And the
Appreciate it.
superintendent recommends approval of requisition number 3.
Can I have a motion and a second to approve the Stephen Decatur Middle School addition construction requisition number 3 as
I'll make a
presented?
motion. Todd Ferrante.
Second, Bill Buchanan.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Mr.
Joe.
Price, Mr. Price, I drive past that school every day, and I thank you. Every single day of my life, I drive past that school, and I want to thank you for getting that wing done. You're making me look really good, because that should have happened 25 years ago. Thank you, Mr. Price.
I thank you too, Mr. Price.
I thank you to you, Mr. Price. In just a couple of minutes, I'm going to ask the board to adopt the FY23 proposed operating budget, but before that, I do have a brief PowerPoint if it's going to be working.
Yeah, we're having
Is it going to be
troubles.
working, Carrie?
We're just,
Okay. Well, if it's not working, I can walk the board through what's in the budget. Oh, great. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to walk the board what's included in FY23 budget through my PowerPoint. For FY23 revenue in the proposed budget, it totals $124,268,259. This includes $101,188,605, or 81.43% of county appropriations. We continue to be very highly dependent on our county commissioners for the funding for our school system. This includes $3,931,737, or a little over 4% increase in FY23. On the state aid next year, totals $22,287,191, or represents 17.93% of our state of our total budget. And this includes a net increase next year in state aid of $488,707. The budget also includes other revenue of $792,463, which is largely made up of prior year fund balance of $567,000 that comes forward to balance our budget. Expenditure increases for next year. The salary package next year totals $4,025,396. This includes FY23 step, a 4% COLA for certificated, and a 4.5% COLA for support staff. This is the largest COLA we've given since 2008, so in 15 years. So we're very happy to be able to offer this to our employees, and we're very excited about that this year. Health insurance, we're anticipating no increase at this time. The rates won't be finalized until March, but right now let's look like a flat rate increase for FY23. We're budgeting $78,558 for retirement expense increase next year. For bus contractor increases next year, we're proposing the increased hourly rate from $22.58 to $25 an hour. We're also going to be increasing the mileage rate from $1.60 to $1.62, and increasing the PVA rate from $20,115 to $20,920. We're also asking for some additional positions in our budget next year, totaling $159,414, and that covers 3 additional school secretary positions at Snow High School, Pocomoke High School, and Stephen Decatur Middle School. And 1 additional school nurse that will probably be at different locations throughout the county as the need arises, and 1 additional instructional technology coach. The budget also includes this year some state restricted funds that are being transferred back to the local budget. Past several years, the state's included funding for the mental health coordinator, $83,333. That's now going to be picked up in the local budget. Also, $45,000 of disabled transportation, $360,077 in special education, $138,463 in summer school cost, $32,909 in trauma and behavioral health, and $670,520 in student tutoring programs are also being transferred back to local budget from state restricted. And a teacher salary incentive grant for the past several years, the state's provided funding for some salary incentives for teachers. That's also coming back to local budget. That's $165,478. Some capital items for next year. Total one-time capital requests are $205,000. That includes $125,000 for the feasibility study at Buckingham Elementary School. That's our next major school construction project after Student Care Middle School. The first step is to do a feasibility study to find out if it's better to do renovation and addition or to build a new school. And also $80,000 for the roof design fees at Stone Middle School and Cedar Chapel. That project is scheduled to be done next summer to summer 23. And the next step in that process is to do a design fee or design the roof project. We're also asking for $50,000 for the Pocomoke Middle School after school grant. The commissioners have funded that for the past several years. We're asking for that to be continued. Also, FY23, we're receiving some blueprint restricted funds. We're receiving some pre-kindergarten program funding for $936,033. And this year, the board knows we have all-day pre-K at Buckingham Elementary, Pocomoke Elementary, and Shallow Elementary School. That was funded through a pre-K expansion grant. Those funds will be going away next year. We'll have covered that expense with these new funds through Blueprint. Concentration of poverty, 3 of our schools qualify for these new grants in FY23. That totals $779,493. Those schools that are eligible are Pocomoke Elementary, Pocomoke Middle, and Cedar Chapel. Those funds are restricted in use, so they're all restricted funds. The same thing with College and Career Ready Program, $103,345. Transitional Supplemental Instruction of $102,000, and National Board Certified Teachers of $14,782. Some important budget dates. Today, guys will adopt the budget, ladies, hopefully. Budget review of the county commissioners will be on March 22nd. The county budget hearing is scheduled for May 3rd this year. The county adopts their budget on June 7th, and then 2 weeks later, the board will adopt our FY23 operating budget on June 21st. Any questions? A lot of information I went over.
If we approve this budget as presented, then the presentation that we saw today from the school bus contractors, we couldn't consider anything that they presented without changing this.
At this point in time, I've included the $25 an hour, going from $22.58 to $25 an hour, and going from $1.60 to $1.62 for the mileage rate, and then changing the PVA rate. To do what they requested, I just did a quick total when I was sitting there during the presentation, would require the board to include additional $500,000 in our budget on top of what I just went over. So right now we have about $250,000 for an increase in bus contractors next year. Their request a few minutes ago would require another $500,000 on top of that be included in our budget request to our county commissioners.
So it's not like what they're saying is falling on deaf ears, they're just not going to get all they asked for.
They're not going to get all. And we said during our meetings with them that let's start this year, let's make a start, let's move toward where they want to be. Over the next couple of years, maybe we'll get closer to where they're asking today.
Vince, I have a question for you, and I ask, and I don't think Dave, but you might be able to help me out on this. In a tri-county comparison with Somerset County and Wycomico County, what we're paying our bus contractors versus what they're paying, what the other counties are paying their bus contractors, how do we fare in that comparison?
We always do a comparison each year of how we compare when Wycomico, Somerset, and Worcester, and forever we've been well above both Wycomico and Somerset by quite a bit of money. I want to say on an average contract, which is 5 hours and 100 miles daily, our contract is around $71,000.
And I think in the new proposed contract, it's 76.
It'll be $76,000. You are correct. And Wycomico, I believe, is around $64,000, and Somerset is quite a bit less, around $60,000, I believe.
So we're well above.
We're well above the neighboring counties. And statewide, just for the board's information on cost per people for transportation, we rank third highest in the state for transportation per people cost.
And there's only $33 difference in the top three. I looked at that
Yeah.
sheet you passed out there a while ago. Yeah. Only $33 difference in the top
Really?
three.
Okay.
And to be more direct with Mr. Ferrante's question, Mr. Tolbert, Somerset average total contract $60,500. Wycomico's average contract is $64,015, and Worcester County's average contract is $72,737, and we're proposing to move them to a little over $76,000.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
Oh, you're very welcome, Mr. Ferrante.
Thanks for all the hard work. I know it's an undertaking to do this budget, and you and your staff do a tremendous job.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrante. I appreciate that. So the board has the two-page revenue and expenditure pages in front of you. And if there's no other questions, the superintendent recommends approval of the budget as presented with a total of $124,268,259.
Can I have a motion and a second for the FY23 proposed operating budget?
Make a motion to approve, Dr. Ferrante. I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? For the record, show the vote is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
You're very welcome, Ms. McCombs. Thank you. And we'll forward over to the county commissioners. That's the next step in our budget process. And we'll send everything March 1st, and it'll go from there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you very much. The last item I have, Ms. McComas, is the monthly financial report for the month of January with non-salary expenditures totaling $4,667,518.12. Superintendent recommends approval of the January financial report as presented.
Can I have a motion and second to approve the January 31st, 2022 monthly financial report as presented?
Motion, Donald Smack.
Second, Bill Buchanan.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your support. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms.
That concludes fiscal operations, Ms. McComas.
Thank you, Mr. Tolbert.
Under announcements, the next regular Worcester County Board of Education meeting will be held Tuesday, March 15th, 2022 at Worcester Tech High School. Open session will begin at 4:30 and immediately consider voting to convene into closed session under General Provisions, Article 3305B of Annotated Code of Maryland. The board will reconvene in open session at 6 p.m. Board meeting information will be posted on the website located under board meeting, board docs. Yeah, that's when we reconvene. Informational items, Mr. Daler.
Thank you, Mrs. McComas. Just a couple things to announce to the board today. February the 18th, which is this Friday, our students will be half a day, and the afternoon will be, the PM will be professional development for our staff. On February the 21st, schools and school offices will be closed as we observe President's Day. On February the 24th, I invite all of you to tune into Facebook for our Media Expo, which will begin at 6 p.m. And I want to thank Ms. Sills, who's in attendance today, for her leadership with our Media Expo as well. And then on March the 11th, it will be a half a day for students to allow our teachers to have some time to work and just try to work through some of the things they're having to deal with here as we still continue to fight this pandemic. And we're glad we're on the decline with that as well. So those dates are the upcoming dates that are important that I want the board to highlight in their calendars. Thank you.
We're now going, instead of ending this meeting, we're going to enter into closed session under General Provisions, Article Section 3305B of the Annotated Code of Maryland for the following reasons. Section 3, 305B7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice. First, can I have a motion to enter into closed session?
Motion, Todd Parente.
Second, I take
I think we had two of them at the same time. Ms.
Okay.
McComas. Donald Smack with a motion and Mr. Ferrante with a second.
take it. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? We are now moving into closed session. I'm sorry, and we are now in open session, and we are going to close open session. May I have a motion to close open session?
So moved, Bill Gordy.
Thank you. All in favor? All opposed?